Thank you.
How's it going?
Good, good. That was a vacation. Sorry I didn't, interrupt you last week. Yeah, I did.
Not just the weed. Well, like I said, no one's gonna touch it once we get it going.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rest on it. Yeah, just another fun day, you know?
Yeah. It was like quick.
I should be about 12, yeah.
Is that? No. Yeah. Yeah.
She was up, she was dead tired, but she was awake.
How you doing, Joe?
So it worked out.
Pretty good. This is Kit, this is yours from the manager's office. And this is, just an extra warrant, the roll call, and this is yours.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it right here, though, if you want.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, kind of a pain in the ass.
Oh, man. You only get to have this wind up in the morning.
Sometimes it's like, I feel like you're... Mike, I'm gonna have to ask somebody dropped these keys in the garage parking lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're next to a Honda. I don't know if
Is
they're
that, what color was the Honda?
blue.
I think I parked next to it. You want me to do that?
A Volvo, it was a Volvo, sorry. I parked next to a Volvo, but it's got a Honda.
And was this, tonight?
Yeah, right there.
Right
You know, yeah, if you go out there, look out that door, the last car on the left. in the
So it's
front
probably,
row.
probably somebody here at the town meeting.
That's what- yeah, I'm
Unless
listening.
they're reversing in here, but,
Is it a little,
Prior, no, exactly.
Is that
yeah,
what
you can announce it. You know what, let me see if there's anybody in the music room.
There is, there's a group of kids and a teacher in there. I
Let
didn't
me,
want to answer.
would you say a Volvo?
Volvo, blue Volvo, look like an older model. Watch your
Check
eyes.
with them.
That's pretty, that thing's
We'll
great.
eliminate them.
Probably Howley.
oh, that's funny. All right. No, no luck?
No, Mr. Sullivan, they didn't say there was any of them in the room, so it might be a town meeting.
The Sue drive one?
No, Joanne came in with me, but she doesn't drive a Volvo, she's got a little Honda.
Yeah, she's got, but it's a Volvo.
Well, these have got Honda, there's Honda keys on here
Yeah,
too.
but I don't think her husband has a Volvo either.
Yeah, I don't know whose it is. Like I said, I just saw her on the ground. Like,
Well,
oh,
I'm-
Anybody's.
I'm-
Why don't you check with them out there?
Hey, you know what, if no one claims them, I'll put them in the office with a note.
Good.
Found in the back
yeah,
pocket.
because he could have been a kid from the school too.
Because they'll come back, they always come back looking for them in the office, you know? No one claims them tonight. Take care.
Come on. Let me miss you. Okay. Well, no, I'm waiting for it to get a, no, I can adjust it. It's got one wheel that you adjust it.
Yeah.
Honestly. I'm trying to get to see the damn. It's not smooth.
Oh, I like it. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Got this. This was out on the table in the schools.
I got that.
Okey-doke.
Yeah, thank you. Do you know Jerry Kokari?
Yes.
Did you know his father died today?
No.
Yeah, she was just telling me. So I'll think I'm gonna put him in the prayer.
Wasn't Jerry himself just sick?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember we had a problem with his wife came in election day and she wanted to take him a ballot. Oh. John, do you have the amended motion for 6?
Or 6, no,
I don't either.
but I know what it is.
Okay.
It's moved and seconded to amend by reducing 250 to 153.
Shortens its lifespan.
I'll make it a presentation for you anyway. Oh, you want to put the laptop here so it'll be a little more stable for you? It's kind of weird. I mean, well, you know those things after a while, they don't have a lot of strength in them. You had to right-click it to rename it, Bill. Oh, make it M? It doesn't matter, because I'm going to copy it over for you, and I'll make sure it's got the capital M for you.
See?
You the man. There you go. Careful. Jason Tran sent some more paperwork in for us to get the finalization for website. So before the end of this week, I hope to have it in place
Okay.
where we get get the PO placed and everything.
Who's he? Is he a
He's a
representative?
Dell. He's another. There's been so many people involved in this in here. It just got pathetic and swamped.
So
So,
are we gonna do the 2-year?
3-year contract.
3-year, yeah.
Okay, I
So
want to
we'll
get the
actually
VM
A few months extra doing
a
that.
couple months on top of it. So it'll be September that it starts the first initial, officially.
Good.
Get the V 5,000 appliance. Unfortunately, we still have to connect to a server for its SQL, but that's not.
Good.
So we should be all set and good to go. And not too hurry about having it within a month or two, because
Yeah.
I don't want to, Tom definitely doesn't want to deal with it during the school year. We don't want to mess up the kids anymore.
Yeah.
than we have.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So on something else, the fiber at Parkhurst.
I sent the
Did you
request
hear-
out to,
Yeah, but did you talk to Neil Foley?
he said the Gene, oh gosh, the digging guys hit it. I just been playing.
Higgin and Covenant too.
Yeah, but from John Dooley went and looked at it, he said it was a Verizon line, not theirs. So John Dooley, he's with the fire department, he's the guy who laid all the fiber
Yeah, yeah,
optics
yeah.
there. I sent an email up to, I think I did, maybe just had Andrew and Tom on it today. I don't want to bug you with everything.
That's fine.
But Dennis Quinn, who works for LCN, he was supposed to send me a quote to have a fiber optic troubleshoot. I've got my test on it. I don't see it. So I wanted to get him.
I thought it was
We didn't have this one.
It was cut. It was one of the lines that cut.
This is new.
But can't tell if it's
to make sure that.
Yeah, so they're gonna come out and test the whole line for us.
And
So
then-
that's going.
And then the top
Bad
switch.
group.
Our top switch, I'm trying to see what I got left of the budget this year. Now, I have 2 switches that Greg bought that are new, like 3 years ago, so I'm just putting for the place. I can use one of those if I need to get us up and running, because it's the same
The,
model as some of the schools got.
Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee, what's her
Papa
name?
switch with the other, so we should be good to go. I gotta start finding out what we need to do to update the switches and stuff that are in the school.
Hello.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just top switch.
Well, I need the,
What?
my concern is make sure the fiber works and the switch. It's easy enough to get the switch, because if I can't afford it this year, I'll just take one of those and buy a replacement in July for that.
Yeah.
Kidding?
So
I watched
we'll get-
enough here, why the hell would I ever turn it on?
So hopefully we're there to help out as much as possible.
All right.
Well, let me count for this, I'll give you a
Oh, yeah, well, you guys don't pay. I'll announce that today. I'll announce that complaints that they can't get.
Yeah, I may not need it. I may not need it. We'll see.
I didn't mean for you, I mean just in general.
No, no,
You're
but-
about the 7th or 8th. John PowerPoint presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
How are you? Very good.
Just make sure.
So I have a presentation. But I just talked to Chris Linsky. They said that unless somebody has a question,
Yeah, his was really.
I think, no, I thought I usually make a presentation. But they don't think they did last year. I think last year we got to it, which is right.
What I'm gonna win is
These other finance
the only one that's gonna speak is that I've heard of. And the Board of Health is speaking, because they get left out of the list. She won't fall, they tell me. That's supposed to be happening. Yeah. So, anyway, he's gonna speak. He's gonna use the finance. Yeah. And so if you do speak, you get 5 minutes. It's somebody else's.
I just have this presentation.
It's 35 minutes.
Well, I know, that's what I said, so.
Because that'd give me a chance to ask my favorite
Following you, I'm just trying to go over here.
budgets. I'd be able to get back. Watch out, they took the stairs away. Someone's gonna get it.
Patty?
Someone's gonna get it.
Fine. Do you know how we're supposed to do this? Or do we wait for the keeper of the PC?
I'd just like to tell you that when we do the budget tonight, when we come to the library, hopefully Leo Rich, one of our other trustees, is going to get up and say that we're going to postpone the library until after
Hello?
18
this way, since we'll get the 10.
We will. We were in there for the odd number 13, but we would get the 10. If we, if,
Perfectly legitimate, if you don't get it.
if we, and if that article didn't pass, we'd still stand up and we would ask to have 10,000. Which we may or may not get, but, FinCom didn't give it to us first.
Do you want me to announce it? I can do that without the I can say that,
Okay.
the library trustees and that.
Okay. Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, I gotta go sign that. But,
Well, I know.
But I mean, it makes sense.
It does make sense. It certainly makes sense to us.
Yeah, I mean, we should
Okay.
do anything we can to see. We're gonna give you the money anyway.
Well,
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Rise. Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter this second session of this Springtown meeting, let us reflect on our relative good fortune here in Winchester in this confusing economy. Let us also reflect on our increasing need to focus out the next several years. That focus could pay dividends for a long time to come. And also, ladies and gentlemen, remember in your thoughts and prayers this evening, town meeting member Jerry Polcari's dad who died today. Jerry is a longtime volunteer here in Winchester, and his dad, for many that knew him, has been a longtime resident, and our feelings are with him and his family. Amen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting tonight on the financial articles, and we'll move through them. And on this Thursday, we'll, when we meet in the same place at 7:30, we will continue our financial articles, and also we'll handle the one article in the special town meeting, which has to do with some easements required by the MBTA. The reason it's a special town meeting, the selectmen advise, is that just in case we run a long time, there's a schedule on that easement when it has to get to the MBTA. So if it's passed on Thursday, it becomes effective 5 days later, and they can send it in for the process to continue. Tonight we start on Article 4. Article 4, to see if the town will vote to authorize the treasurer with approval of the town manager to borrow money from time to time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a standard article. We vote it every year. This gives the selectmen the power to borrow money and bond from time to time, obviously with the approval of the town meeting. It's moved and seconded that the town authorize the treasurer with the approval of the town manager and the Board of Selectmen to borrow money from time to time in anticipation of revenue for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 4 as amended, and to issue a note or notes payable within 1 year, and to renew any note or notes as may be given for a period of less than 1 year in accordance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 17. It's a boilerplate article, and it's recommended positively by the Finance Committee. Majority vote required. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and motion carries. Article 5. Article 5, ladies and gentlemen, is found in your motion book on page 14. And of particular significance is the yellow sheet, which looks like this, which you have had handed out, and that includes 42 motions on the first page, which is essentially all of the appropriations for the town budget. And if I could draw your attention to that and explain the way this runs, it might save a little time. First of all, up at the very top of the yellow sheet, we have two motions. These motions are for us to appropriate and transfer money into the Building Stabilization Fund and also the Capital Improvement Fund. You can see that the first motion is for $2,310,407. And I want to thank the town clerk's staff for typing this in nice large letters so everybody can read them. And also, it's moved and seconded that the town appropriate and transfer into the capital improvements $999,000. And let me explain what those two motions are for. Back in March of 2001, the town of Winchester decided to do 3 overrides at the same time. They did an override for just a standard override for $1,000,009. And then also they made a motion which was the first motion of this type in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And we had to file a piece of legislation to do this, and it allowed us to pass a override for our building stabilization fund. So, and that number was $1,850,000 a year, which the residents of Winchester would be charged above and beyond Proposition 2.5. And that number grows 2.5% every year forever. And so since over the last 10 years, it's grown from 1,850 to $2,310,407, and we have to appropriate that every year. And if we would have failed to appropriate that, hopefully not by mistake, but if we were to fail to do that, the override would cease. And then the second one is the same thing. We appropriated $800,000 for the capital stabilization fund, and that grew 2.5%, so that this year it's at $999,000. So the first thing we have to do is to vote those two things, and I'll put those motions first and get them out of the way. It's moved and seconded that the town appropriate and transfer into the Building Renovation Construction Stabilization Fund $2,310,407. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the chair declares that it's unanimous. The second motion, moved and seconded that the town appropriate and transfer into the Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund the amount of $999,091. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, the motion carries, and the chair declares that it's unanimous. Then next, ladies and gentlemen, you see that there are 42 motions, which starts with the town manager, it goes through the finance committee, and hits all the main departments, police, fire, education, data processing, and what have you. There is one correction to make on that sheet. It's minor, but let me do it now. And this is on motion number 29, contributory retirement. The total is $3,585,742. That is correct. The number for personal services says $62,000. That should be $65,000. And the other expenses was $3,523,742. That should be $3,520,742. All it was there was somehow $3,000 extra required in the personal services and less in the other expenses. Now, the way this works for new town meeting members, if we go up to the town manager's budget, which is motion number 3, the motion would be read like this. It's moved and seconded that $594,607 for the town manager's budget be appropriated, of which $543,707 is appropriated for personal services, and $50,900 is for other expenses, and $0 is for equipment. Now, the reason that we break that budget apart into personal services and other expenses is that under Massachusetts law, when you vote a budget, the town manager is not allowed to use money that is designated for personal services for other expenses. You have to use that for personal services, and the same thing for other expenses. So that's the reason why it's segregated. You cannot move that back and forth, with one exception, and that's motion 26, which is the education budget. And under Massachusetts law, the education budget is calculated with personal services, obviously, to come up with the number, but when it's appropriated, the school department or the school committee has the absolute right to use that for anything they want to use it for that would normally be personal services equipment. So if they want to cut a teacher out and buy a computer, they can do it. And at their personal safety, maybe, but anyway, that's the way this is run. Now, all of these motions from 3 to 42 are the motions of the Finance Committee. And so the Finance Committee is the main proponent for each one of those motions. And therefore, if they wanted, at their peril, they could speak 10 minutes on the 42 motions. And we know that would never happen. And then any other speaker has 5 minutes plus an extension if they choose to comment or make amendments or what have you. So at this time, the chair will put the first motion, number 3, and recognize the chairman of the Finance Committee. It's moved and seconded that $594,607 be appropriated for account town manager, of which the personal services is $543,707 and other expenses is $50,900. Mr. Scheimetz.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
10 minutes.
I decided I'd do all 43 minutes right now while we wait for my slide to come up. Not coming up. All right. For the most part, the budgets that we voted were exactly the same as the budgets that we got from the town manager's office. And so, there we go. It's right there. Now,
Well, maybe it will be 10
Okay.
minutes.
Oh, anyway, so I just wanted to go down line by line for the ones that we had changed. In the planning department, not to be confused with the planning board, in the planning department, we dropped the budget by $5,000, specifically in an expense line related to consulting services. We just couldn't come up with justification for the whole 20,000, and we left the expense line at 15,000. In data processing, that budget was dropped 56,000. 51,000 of that was actually moved into capital. It'll be, you'll see it as the wireless program, and 5,000 is a reduction in the use of paper. It's a line item that has reverted in the past. It didn't seem like it was going to be used this year, so we dropped it 5,000. A tiny one, the Council on Aging's phone bill has been dropped $500. I will get to the police in a second, since it's the only one which actually had any discussion whatsoever. There was a change, as you heard, on contributory retirement. That's essentially a pen and ink change in which there was $3,000 that was needed for personal services that ended up in the cost of in other services. Healthcare has changed about $55,000 since the town manager's budget. That's almost completely due to the fact that we had better numbers both on who was going to be in the plan and also better numbers on what the plan was going to cost. And so the numbers that we got on February 15th versus the numbers that we ultimately voted were updated essentially for a change in the plan. One thing to remember was that if you look in the back of the book, you'll see that something called the Energy Champion refund, which is money that we believe we are saving from a boiler that we put into the Morocco school. And the intention was that the $28,000 would revert to capital since the boiler was put in with capital expenses. But there was no article, we didn't get an article on the warrant in time to actually cover the move. So we've allowed that money to revert back to, or to stay in free cash, and we will put an article up in the fall town meeting and move the 28,000. And as I said, the only one that was any discussion was the police, which we reduced 38,000, 25,000 of which was a double count for the school resource officer, and 13,000 was what we believed on FinCom was a dividend for possible retirement. It's roughly the salary difference between a retiring officer and a new hire officer. There's money in the policeman's budget for 2 retirements, and we took a dividend for one of those retirements, and that's really it. Okay. And I promise not to stand again.
Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first vote comes on budget item, proposal number 3. Mr. Fontana. Yeah, sure. Mr. Fontana is Chairman of the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, residents at home, Finance Committee. The Board of Selectmen support all the Finance Committee budget motions as shown in the yellow sheet, Article 5.
Okay, further on the question. The question comes on motion number 3. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carry. Motion 4, it's moved and seconded that $6,000 be appropriated for the Finance Committee, of which $3,500 is for personal services and $2,500 for other expenses. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. All of these motions are the Finance Committee's motions. Article 5, motion 5, it's moved and seconded that $297,866 be appropriated for the controller, of which $295,296 is for personal services and $2,570 is for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. The assessors, it's moved and seconded that $243,812 is appropriated for the assessors, and the breakdown is per your sheet. And I'll stop reading the personal services, but that's in the motion. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. 7, it's moved and seconded that $288,418 is appropriated for the collector-treasurer account, of which personal services and other expenses are divided as is in the motion book. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Motion 8, it's moved and seconded that $28,000 be appropriated for planning, divided as indicated on the sheet. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. It's moved and seconded that $385,384 is appropriated for engineering, divided in personal services as indicated in the motion book. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. 10 is moved and seconded that $253,866 is appropriated for building, of which $242,166 is for personal service, $11,700 for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Yep, thank you. Motion number 11, it's moved and seconded that $12,190 be appropriated for the Zoning Board of Appeals, of which $11,320 is for personal services and $870 is for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Motion 12, it's moved and seconded that $44,127 be appropriated for the Conservation Commission, and it's divided as indicated in the sheet. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. 13, it's moved and seconded that $87,951 is appropriated for the Planning Board, of which $73,301 is for personal services and $14,650 is for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, the motion carries. 14, $308,238, Town Clerk. It's moved and seconded that $308,238 is appropriated for Town Clerk, of which $73,301 is appropriated for personal services and $14,650 is, I beg your pardon? Oh, I beg your pardon. It's impossible that I would have made a mistake. Let me do it again. Oh, I did go up a line, and that's because I had a joke on. When I got done with the town clerk, I was going to make sure there were no questions. give you plenty of time to think about it. It's moved and seconded that $308,238 be appropriated for town clerk, of which $271,823 is for personal services and $36,415 is for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Motion 15, it's moved and seconded that $138,800 is appropriated for general services, of which $130,800 is for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Culture and recreation, it's moved and seconded that $1,625,940 is appropriated for the library, of which $1,262,230 is for personal services, and $353,710 is for other expenses, and $10,000 is for equipment. I have been asked by the library trustees to make a motion at this point on their behalf, and it's moved and seconded that motion number 16 be postponed to a time certain, and that time certain would be after Article 18. Is that motion seconded? Okay, let me explain why they're doing that. Winchester's library is worried because under the motion number 16, if that were to pass, then they got no additional money, they would lose their certification. But in Article 18, when we pass the wage increases for non-union employees, they will get significant amount of money in there to more than $10,000, which will carry them so they will keep their certification. So rather than waiting until Article 18 to see if they get it, they've chosen to do that rather than to vote this and then have to reconsider if that doesn't pass. So it's a legitimate motion, and is there any objection to that? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of that postponement to a time certain, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Motion 17, the Archival Center. It's moved and seconded that $4,900 be appropriated for the Archival Center, of which $4,900 is for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. 18, Finance Committee motion. It's moved and seconded that $215,595 is appropriated for the Board of Health, of which $167,429 is for personal services, and $48,166 is for other expenses. And the chair recognizes the chairman of the Board of Health, Mr. Heinhold. Mr. Heinhold, you may remember him in Article 1. Apparently, after we went from Article 1 to Article 2, it was noted that he was not called on to make his presentation, so he's going to make his presentation globally on the Board of Health.
No, it's not on the screen. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and town meeting members, and folks at home who are watching this, perhaps. I'd like to make a presentation today on behalf of the Board of Health. My name is David Heinold. I'm the current chair of the Board of Health. And I'd like to make a brief presentation supporting our budget and to point out some of the activities we've had over the last, this year and over the past years. The first set of information I'd like to provide has to do with something that's an ongoing situation with the Winchester Coalition for a Safer Community. Most of you know that as formerly as the Winchester Substance Abuse Coalition. Over the past 10 years, it's done a great deal of good for the town and for the youth especially. And we're at a crossroads where the federal and state funding that supported that initiative has dried up in 2010, and we're now looking at ways to try to move forward on that. So I thought it would be a good time to provide a retrospective of the accomplishments of that group and the prospects for continuing that activity in the town. That's been very beneficial. The coalition has completed 10 years of programming funded activity in the town under the Federal Drug-Free Community Support Grant, and it's focused on youth risk and protection for substance abuse. And the focus really has been delaying the use of alcohol, tobacco, and drugs through the town, both through the school system and outside of the school system, and increasing community efforts to promote and deliver substance abuse prevention strategies. And certainly the other stakeholders who have been very helpful in developing the coalition and its programs are the school and district staff, police and fire departments, Winchester Hospital, Winchester Cooperative Bank, parents and youth, and interfaith organizations all have contributed to the efforts. The accomplishments are many of this group, and I just wanted to point out some of the highlights over the past 10 years. We've been able to track substance abuse indicators and programming, and in doing so, the age of substance of onset has increased from use from about 11 years old to over 13 years old, which is a great accomplishment, knowing that that's kind of the kids that are in middle school, transitioning from elementary school to middle school. It's a very formative age group, and it's a great accomplishment to be able to delay their use of harmful substances. The coalition has been engaged with youth rehabilitation and treatment, assisted development of the Woburn District Court Treatment Program for local youth ages 14 to 24. We've been a host for social liability workshops for over 500 parents to educate parents of how to have kids activities that don't rely on substances. We also have an annual medication take-back program that we've established, and we've disposed of approximately 40,000 unwanted medications through this period so far. We've also sponsored community intercultural activities to help with the issues associated with youth and abuse. Make sure I have the right slide there. We've also, those who might recall, had kids in the high school in the early 2000s. We had to go through a period of moratorium where we weren't able to have dances because of issues at high school dances. And the Substance Abuse Coalition was a very important instigator in being able to resume the school dances and to control and prevent the use of alcohol and drugs that would previously prevented those dances from going forward. We also helped with the Winchester and McCall No Child Left Behind plans, assisting in integration and prevention of best practices. Provided Winchester Parent Survival Guide, distributed over 1,500 copies. And recently, in the past year, we presented Dr. Michael Fallon's Assembly on Bullying, which we know is a hot topic and a very important topic these days, to over 4,500 students and faculty. And most recently presented the screen of The Race to Nowhere for over 500 parents and faculty to initiate a dialogue on stress on youth. So where we stand now? First of all, I'd like to thank the coalition. Would like to thank all of the volunteer efforts that have taken place in the past 10 years to make this a success. But now we're at a crossroads where we don't have a source of funding, and there's two major initiatives that are going on. First is for the community leaders who are continuing to lead the coalition to develop a blueprint to address future challenges and plans, types of programs that we need.
Excuse me, your 5 minutes are up. Do you wish more time?
I would like 3 more minutes, please, Mr. Moderator.
Moved and second, speaker's time be extended 3 minutes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Mr. Heindel.
But the another issue that obviously, if we're going to have programs going forward, is seeking funding. The town thus far has not been charged with any of the funding since it's been done through grants. But as was indicated by the Finance Committee presentation last week, if the override had passed, we had earmarked $31,000 to support the programs, essentially provide administrative support and a small amount of seed money for programs going forward for the next fiscal year. In the current budget, does not reflect that $31,000 given the constraints of the town, and I wanted to point that out to town meeting. Now, I also want to just touch base on some of the other highlights of the Board of Health's activities in 2010, since I hadn't made the report to you last week. We've had school clinics for the flu, and it was a combined flu. Both the H1N1 and the seasonal flu was combined into a single flu shot, and that was administered through the schools. We also held general public clinics where we provided vaccinations for a large number of people, both for flu and shingles. We also conducted blood pressure clinics and other shots for pneumonia, tetanus, et cetera. In addition to screen, sorry, I didn't change the, whoops. Okay. Other Board of Health highlights are we conducted emergency preparedness drills, dispensing sites, updated response plans, and we conducted Household Hazardous Waste Day. And over the period, we had prevented over 7 tons of waste from contaminating that otherwise might contaminate the environment, which is a great accomplishment. And the rabies vaccination clinics for dogs and cats was also held. And we also held food establishment training for allergens and awareness, and initiated a needle collection program. Finally, I'd like to point out that the Hazardous Waste Collection Day is coming up soon, and please let your neighbors know that it's, if they have been collecting toxic liquids, that it's a good idea to drop them off on the 7th. And for those who have medications needed to get rid of, it's very important not to flush them down the toilet because it ends up in the oceans and our fish end up eating it, and then we end up eating the fish. So please avail yourselves of the medication drop-off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The question comes now on the Board of Health budget. It's moved and seconded that $215,595 is appropriated for the Board of Health. Divided personal services and other expenses on the yellow sheet. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. 19, it's moved and seconded that $225,106 is appropriated for the Council on Aging, $219,147 for personal services, $5,959 for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. 20, motion 20. It's moved and seconded that $23,023 be appropriated for Veterans Services, $8,064 for personal services, and $14,959 for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Public Safety, 21. It's moved and seconded that $4,006,043 is appropriated for the police. $3,796,043 for personal services, $152,600 for other expenses, and $62,800 for equipment, of which $77,000 will be from the parking meter fund. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. The next motion, 22, the Fire Department. It's moved and seconded that $3,973,262 be appropriated for fire. $3,754,222 for personal services, $206,540 for other expenses, $12,500 for equipment. All those in favor, please say aye. Excuse me, Mr. Natale? Yes. The question is to the Board of Selectmen is in the budget, or to the Finance Committee, in the Fire Department budget, there is a equipment charge of $12,500, and Mr. Natale asked what that is for. Is there anybody here from the Fire Department? Fire Chief, I'm sorry, I can't see you. Come on down. No rush, Chief. If you're looking, it's on page 93 of the book.
The $12,500 item in the budget is for miscellaneous public safety equipment. This can buy any number of things during the year, including saws and axes and general firefighting equipment.
Mr. Natale on a follow-up, sir. Do we have a microphone for the gentleman?
I'm reminded that in March of '09, the fire department wanted something like $980,000 for a new ladder truck because we were told that that ladder truck was old and not functional and didn't go frontwards or backwards.
Speak right up, Mr. Natale. Can't hear you.
Shall I repeat what I said?
Yes.
Well, in March of '09, the fire department told us that we needed to spend something like $980,000 for a new ladder truck because the present ladder truck was 17 years old and no longer functioned. So we spent $980,000 for a new ladder truck. And I'd like you to know that that old, non-functional ladder truck of ours is right now living in the fire department of Putney, Vermont. Fires are every bit as important in Putney as they are in Winchester. And I think this is illustrative of a larger problem that we here in Winchester just spend money that we don't have. We build schools that we don't need. We buy fire trucks that we don't need. And I think the department heads and the finance committee and the capital budget committee and everybody else who asks for money should be asking it because they need it, not because they want it. And so this is sort of a Pearl Harbor file, but I recall very well that ladder truck. And besides the ladder truck, there was also an engine truck, which I guess is a pumping truck. And it seemed just, and that was about $650,000. And I also wonder, what fire station is that engine truck living in? We know the ladder truck is living in Putney, Vermont.
Further on the question. Are you ready for the question, ladies and gentlemen? Seeing no more comments, it's moved and seconded that $3,973,262 be appropriated for fire. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries. 23, it's moved and seconded that $8,504 be appropriated for the sealer of weights, $6,584 for personal services, $1,920 for other expenses. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Ayes have it, motion carries. Department of Public Works, it's moved and seconded that $5,432,672 be appropriated for the DPW, of which $3,367,946 is for personal services, $2,045,220 is for other expenses, and $19,500 is for equipment, of which $70,000 will come from the Cemetery Trust Fund. Any questions on that? No comments? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. 25, snow and ice. It's moved and seconded that $400,000 is appropriated for snow and ice, of which $123,300 is for personal services, $251,700 is for other expenses, and $25,000 is for equipment. All those in, oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Filio. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, so we need a microphone.
I'd like to know what the status is of this year's snow and ice budget. Did we overextend with all the bad weather?
The question is, what is the status of the snow and ice? And the answer to that question is, snow and ice overran its budget by $168,790. I think that's correct. I didn't memorize that, but if you, I think this was a handout tonight. There's a handout, ladies and gentlemen, for Article 19. And if you look on that article, the answer to Mrs. Filio's question, what that does, it shows what money the reserve account has paid out so far this year. The reserve account had $400,000 in it, and it's under the jurisdiction of the Finance Committee, who are supposed to give it out for emergency situations. In other words, something that comes up that's completely unusual. And this year, so far, they've transferred out $164,995, and the total number of overruns, including snow and ice, now totals $297,000, which means that money will require available funds to be appropriated, at least at this juncture, in Article 19 in the amount of $88,000, and that'll be the Article 19. That just came out today, and you should have picked that up coming in here. Yes, sir, Mr. Giller.
So is it the intention to fund the deficit from the reserve fund?
To fund what, the deficit? Yes, this particular thing we're voting on is $400,000 for next year. For 2012, the intention is to vote, my understanding, not us, but the Finance Committee will vote to spend the rest of their money, and some of it may go to snow and ice. And if there's...
My question, are we going to fund the deficit, the $168,000 from the reserve fund?
Okay, and the answer to that, Mr. Shivitz?
Yeah, I mean, originally Article 19 was going to be indefinitely postponed, and we requested that we get a review of what the future reserve fund transfers were going to be, just to make sure that we didn't end up overrunning the reserve fund this year. And so when we saw the number, that we looked around for some money, or the town manager's office looked around for some money to move around in there to cover everything up to the $400,000. So given the snow and ice, which will be covered under the snow and ice overrun, which will be covered in the reserve fund, there will be $88,000 that's moved around to cover some of the other expenditures, which are now expected to need more money by the end of the year.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Filio, follow up. Where is the guy with the mic? Wait a minute, we need a microphone here.
If the snow and ice budget is the only budget the state allows you to carry over into next year, why are we taking from the reserve fund this year when you never know what next year is going to be like? You might not use it, next year.
Mr. Shivitz?
Yeah, you're not allowed to carry it over to next year. You're just allowed to overrun it during the year. So what happens generally, because we live in New England and it snows, is that sometime when we overrun it, the town managers come to us, and we either move money from the reserve fund into the snow and ice fund to cover that overrun, or we authorize the overrun. In this particular case, we authorized the overrun, and so that, because it was a pretty bad winter, and it looked like if we just did it piecemeal like we'd had done in the past, we'd be doing it every week. Another point is that we could actually vote, say, $650,000 for snow and ice, but that causes a problem, because if we ever decide to lower the snow and ice budget, the next year we are not allowed to overrun the budget. It's sort of kind of a lobster trap of a state law. So we keep it at about $400,000, which would cover, not a very low snow year, and then cover it as we move along where the snow gets higher, rather than move it up to what we expect it to be because of that little gotcha trap there.
Further on the question, are you ready for the snow and ice? Yes, sir. Mr. Deering.
Considering that historically we've always run on snow budget, which is not predicted, does the town ever look into snow insurance?
Question: has the town ever looked into snow insurance? Are you familiar with the fact that there is such a thing, Mr. Deering?
It's unfortunate we use it, and it's a venue type of thing. It covers up the X number of inches of snow. There's all sorts of
Thank you. Mary? Mary? Go ahead.
We certainly would be willing to look into it for next year.
Call Whip Saltmarsh, yeah, maybe. Okay, the snow and ice budget, number 25. All those in favor of the appropriation of $400,000, please say aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Article 26, education. It's moved and seconded that $35,721,170 be appropriated for education. And if you'll note, ladies and gentlemen, that is not segregated by personal services, as I explained before. And the chair recognizes, oh, yes, sir, Chairman of the School Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting. I rise just to say that the school committee does support the finance committee's recommendation on this budget, but I would also remind you that this budget number represents a 3% increase, and that was the result of working together with the school committee, the school department's leadership team, town leadership, board of selectmen, the finance committee, all of us struggling with what to do as a result of the failed override. So I would just remind the town meeting that there was a handout left at the front, and it did itemize some things that were perhaps not available to you. But I would remind you that in the large green book, there is a very detailed school committee budget. In the red book, there's an excellent summary of the departmentals or the responsibility centers and what those costs are. And also in the memo that you could pick up this evening, there's an itemization of what exactly we did reduce in order to come up with a $380,000 reduction. It's about a 50-50 split between supplies and materials, and then some reductions in personnel services, and we identified it as 3.5 FTEs. Fortunately, we don't have to reduce our existing staff. We'll approach the FTEs through some attrition and retirements. However, the supply reductions, that will be a real reduction in terms of what was to be available for the classrooms going forward. That'll probably be addressed by teachers taking money out of their own pockets or parents being asked for by school committees to continue to support the needs and supplies within the classroom. I just remind, that's a temporary solution. It doesn't present us an opportunity to carry that savings forward. So next year, the reductions become much more dire. They can't be facilitated by these one-time solutions. So I just remind town meeting of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liskey. Okay, further on the question. Hearing none, it's moved and seconded that $35,721,170 be appropriated for education. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. 27, it's moved and seconded that $367,787 be appropriated for data processing, of which $125,267 or $287 is appropriated for personal services, $241,500 for other expenses. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and motion carries. Energy, it's moved and seconded that $2,222,938 is appropriated for energy, of which all of it is in other expenses. All those in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and motion carries. 29, and when I read this, we had a correction, if you remember, at the beginning of the meeting. It's moved and seconded that $3,585,742 is appropriated for contributory retirement, of which $65,000 is for personal services and $3,520,742 is for other expenses. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and motion carries. Motion 30, it's moved and seconded that $57,000 be appropriated for non-contributory retirement. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and motion carries. It's moved and seconded that $232,000 is appropriated for workers' comp. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, and motion carries. 32, it's moved and seconded that $120,000 is appropriated for unemployment compensation. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Motion 33. It's moved and seconded that $568,000 is appropriated for FICA Medicare. All those in favor of that, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. 34. It's moved and seconded that $10,270,611 is appropriated for health insurance. Any questions? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Opposed? The motion carries. 35, it's moved and seconded that $5,404,039 is appropriated for funded debt, of which $1,980,000 is from the Building Stabilization Fund and $587,000 is from the Capital Stabilization Fund. Any questions? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. 36, it's moved and seconded that $2,850,300 is appropriated for account 7120, interest on debt, of which $2,850,300 is for other expenses, and of which $1,202,267 is from the Building Stabilization Fund, and $247,659 is from the Capital Stabilization Fund. All those in yes, sir.
Both of those are transfers from the stabilization.
Microphone, please.
Mr. Moderator, both of those are transfers from stabilization fund, and I'm just suggesting you declare the one we just had either unanimous or take a voice vote, since they require 2/3 votes.
On which one?
The one we just passed and the one we're doing now.
Okay, good point. Okay, on motion 35, all those in favor of the appropriation of $5,404,000 for funded debt, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair declares that it's unanimous. 36, thank you very much. It's moved and seconded that $2,850,300 is appropriated for 7120 interest on debt. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the chair declares that it's unanimous. Okay, 37, tax abatement interest. It's moved and seconded that $25,830 is appropriated for tax abatement interest. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and motion carries. It's moved and seconded that $85,000 be appropriated for the account audit. Any questions? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. 40, $340,000 appropriated for general insurance. All those in. I'm sorry. It's I wrote on top of that. 39. It's moved and seconded. Nothing personal, Wade. It's moved and seconded that $330,000 is appropriated for the legal budget. Any questions? You sure? Yeah. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion number 40, $340,000 for the general insurance. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. 41, reserve fund. It's moved and seconded that $400,000 be appropriated for the reserve fund. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. 42, it's moved and seconded that $55,000 be appropriated for environmental remediation. Any questions? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. So as we leave page 1, we've got everything passed with the exception, you might just note, of motion number 16, which is the library, and we'll come back to that after Article 18. And if you turn the yellow page, then we have one other part of the Article 5, which is the capital budget. And so what we have here is we have a series of votes, and we have a capital planning presentation. Come on down. and while Mrs. Filio's coming down, just let me explain something here. If you look at the appropriations here, like the first one, we're going to appropriate $300,000 for roads and sidewalk, and all of that money on the right comes from the Capital Stabilization Fund. And if you look at the next one, that the money there, the salt shed, does not come out. That comes out of general revenue. And the next one down for the ADA, 25,000 of that comes from general revenue, and the rest comes from the Capital Stabilization Fund. That's just a little subtlety in there that you're going to explain. Mrs. Filio.
Mr. Moderator, Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and town meeting members. Last fall, the Capital Planning Committee presented to town meeting its report and recommendations for the fiscal year 2012 budget. At that time, you passed two projects, the Lynch Elementary roof and masonry and the high school feasibility study. And I may tell you that the Lynch roof, the state has come through and provided us with about 30% of that fund, so that's a big plus for us. The one project that did not pass was the GIS, which was pulled, and the second thing that we presented that did not go forward was the DPW study of the yard. That study will now be done by an in-house person whom we did not have available last year. At this town meeting, we're asking your consideration on these following projects: the DPW and sidewalks. We're going to replace the salt shed, which is very much in need of being replaced. We have $125,000 earmarked for the ADA projects, which is the beginning of like a 10-year project. We are going to be replacing the transfer station scale and compactors, the hauling trailer at the trash station as well. The town hall, there's some auditorium repairs that need to be done. It's painting, plaster, and carpeting. And we have a technology program for the wireless, which is going to be explained very shortly. The last thing is the school traffic control plan, and I will go into that in just 1 second, okay? The wireless project was able to be funded because we had a difference in the GIS and the DPW study. That project is an initiative that's going to include 3 schools, the Lynch, Morocco, and Lincoln, as well as the town hall. And if you notice that little it's part of an evolving process of making the entire town wireless. It's bringing us up to the 21st century. The second project that is new to you that you did not hear about last fall was the school's traffic improvement project. The Board of Selectmen had requested a study be done over the past winter to identify possible problems with the traffic around the schools. And the one thing that came forward was that there was a very significant need to improve the notification to the drivers that there is a school zone approaching. The assessment was completed, and there emerged this one problem. There's a need for uniformity on the roadways, and there's a need to have each school identified as a school zone. We're going to be implementing measures to clearly identify each school. We're going to provide uniform signage and pavement markings around all the schools. The signage is not up to code in many schools, and it's not the right color and not the right size. We're going to replace outdated signage in accordance with the, don't ask what MUTCD stands for, but they know, and install speed limit flashers in the school zones. These are some examples of the outdated signage. They're showing you the deficient crosswalk markings and the non-compliant sign colors and the school zone pavement markings. The flashers, there are a couple around town. There's one, I believe, at Lynch, and they feel very strongly that that is going to slow down traffic, so they are aware that it's a school zone and they shouldn't be zipping through there. The amount for this one is going to be $101,000. You will notice Article 9, which is a flood mitigation project. Article 9 is the water and sewer of a backhoe that they desperately need. Article 15 seeks to fund the Center Falls Dam and the valve as part of the ongoing flood mitigation projects. This has been a long-term project. It's an extremely expensive project, but one we continue to move forward because we have all the approvals now, and so this is the next phase of that. Article 16 will replace and rehab the Squire Road and Thornbury Road pumping stations, which have been very deficient over a number of years. The Capital Planning Committee continues to try to spend its money wisely. The funds do not have the same amount that they had at the beginning, obviously, and is limiting us to what we can do given what we got without anticipating much of an increase. We had originally planned to have a lot more money for deferred maintenance, but now we're going to slip back into that mode again, and I'm not sure what we can do because the revenues are down. We'll be doing emergency repairs and crisis kinds of things that come up, and that's just the way it is. The first few years of this project with all the different funds were really good. There were lots of things to do and lots of ways to go and lots of money to use, but that's no longer the case. So unfortunately, we have to step back a little bit. After 2020, I believe they'll start to recover a bit, and we'll be able to go into a different vein. That's that. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, sir.
No, actually doing it, implementing it.
Would you repeat his question for us?
He wants to know if the school traffic money is for studying it. No, the money is for implementing the project.
Okay. Another question way up back.
I'm wondering if we have the signs, are we also going to have police officers monitoring the compliance of the signs? As somebody who walks a lot around the school zones, even if the signs flashing do not deter the drivers from slowing down.
My understanding is the school safety officer is on board with this, and he's very much aware of the need, and I'm assuming that he's going to be tracking this. I think you're absolutely right on that one. This is a conglomeration of the school committee, the Board of Selectmen, the school safety officer, and the DPW.
Further on the question? Yes, sir. The gentleman, third row. Just a second. Here's the mic, sir.
Mr. Moderator, through you to either the Capital Planning Committee or the Finance Committee, it looks like we're going to be voting for the expenditures later that relate to the Center Falls Dam that also put a burden on the Capital Stabilization Fund. And I see another motion to restore capital to the Capital Stabilization Fund down the list of motions. My question is, can you just comment on the status of the Capital Stabilization Fund and its relative health, given the need for an appropriation later? I'm sorry to get out of order, but I'm just curious about the picture, the big picture.
The gentleman, I think the question is in order. There's a lot of discussion going on about the stabilization fund, and I'd be curious myself to hear the answer to that question.
I would defer to Mr. Keaveney to give me the exact balances that are left in these things, and I know that we at Capital have made a decision based on what we know is going to be there to spend like $2 million a year for the next few years until they begin to replenish themselves. If Mr. Keaveney has those balances, that would help you a lot, I believe.
Mr. Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Building Stabilization Fund, as of February 28, 2011, had $5,272,000 in it. The Capital Stabilization Fund at the same date had $1,060,838,000 in it. The General Stabilization Fund had $1,460,000. Does that answer your question?
Why don't you wait for the mic, sir?
Again, I apologize if this is out of order, but seeing the appropriation, the motion to restore money from, I think it's called the debt retirement account into the Capital Stabilization Fund, I guess my question is simply that if we pass this, but that other motion doesn't pass, does that in any way jeopardize the Capital Stabilization Fund?
I'll defer to Mr. Marvin. How's that?
At last fall's town meeting, I went through some graphs. I'm sorry I don't have them as slides, but they are in the capital planning report that's a part of the big Finance Committee book that showed what's going to happen to these funds. Those projections assumed that the retiring debt would be put into the funds each year. So if that's not done, we're definitely going to not be able to do anything in the future. We can live through this year, but we cannot keep up with our projections.
If I could, let me, because it won't impact this vote, so but I'd just like to throw something out there, because I read all these motions, obviously, and go through this for hours before, and one thing that strikes me is that question that was just asked is an extremely important question, and somebody has to sit down and take a look at the capital spending we have and the fund. And what we're doing is, instead of addressing the problem that this was done 10 years ago, and we may have outgrown, our spending may have outgrown what our override is now, somebody should be paying attention as to whether or not we should be considering a future override for capital and building. And one of the things we're doing, which is maybe buying a little time, but in my opinion, it's not a good idea, is that we're taking retiring debt and putting it in there. And I'm not sure that's fair to the taxpayers. The taxpayer goes out and votes for putting money in the capital stabilization fund at the level of $1.8 million, and we bond things to do that. And so the taxpayer has paid for that bond, and when it retires, it's not like we keep getting the money. Right now, the taxpayer should enjoy not paying any more money on that bond, and instead, we're moving that money into the capital account at the various town meetings. And it started about 3 years ago. And what that's doing is that's taking that amount of money and taking it out of the debate on whether or not we should be spending it for education, the fire department. We're just moving it up there. And so the debate doesn't include the complete spectrum of use for the monies when the bond pays out, because now what we're telling the taxpayer, every time we let you bond, we're going to keep that money going when the bond runs out. Gentleman way up back.
Roger Wilson, Precinct 1. I appreciate your opinion, Mr. Moderator. I don't share that opinion. I think that appropriating retiring debt to capital is a form of discipline to continue to fund capital. What we've suffered in this town is a lack of discipline to fund capital, and instead funded operating costs, hired people, et cetera, and let the roofs leak like they were leaking when I first moved into town.
Well, that's the point, is there's a debate, and that debate should be had, and the other thing that we should be doing is looking at all of the things that we have done where we have spent money on capital projects, and the money has not all been spent in appropriations. And I think if you look at the controller's report this year, there's a whole page. You need glasses to read it, but it shows all of the projects that have been funded, some back as far as 2003 and 2004 that have still got money in them. And we did that 1 year, and we picked up about $500,000. Yes, Ms. Filio.
Mr. Moderator, you're absolutely correct, but I will tell you that there is in place now a policy that every year we go through the account closeouts to see what is no longer needed and where it came from, and we come before town meeting and we ask for that money to be restored to that particular fund. It's
Good.
already in place.
Mm-hmm. Good. Okay, you ready for the questions on the capital? Okay, 43. It's moved and seconded. Now, these are all two-thirds vote except the second one, so if it's not unanimous, we'll have to do a count. It's moved and seconded that we appropriate $300,000 for DPW roads and sidewalks. Why don't you sit down front, Mrs. Filio? All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. It's moved and seconded, and it's unanimous. It's moved and seconded that $185,000 be appropriated for DPW, the salt shed. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. $125,000 for the townwide ADA, of which $125,000 is for other expenses and $100,000 is from the capitalization fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the chair declares that it's unanimous. It's moved and seconded. $106,000 is appropriated for the DPW transfer station, of which $106,000 is from the capital stabilization fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. 47, it's moved and seconded that $56,000 is appropriated for DPW trash trailer, of which $56,000 is from the capital stabilization fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried, and the chair declares that it's unanimous. 48, $40,000 DPW town hall repairs. It's moved and seconded that the town hall repairs for $40,000 from the stabilization fund be approved. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries, and that is declared unanimous. 49, $51,000 for wireless, of which $51,000 is from the capital stabilization fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Chair declares it's unanimous. And finally, 50, $101,000 for the school safety project, of which $101,000 is from the capital stabilization fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The chair declares that was unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Article 5 for now. We will come back to Article 5 after Article 19 to take care of the library. And that brings us to Article 6, to see if the town will appropriate a sum of money for the retiree healthcare liability trust fund. And it's moved and seconded. This is found on page 15 in the Red Book. It's moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $250,000 to the retiree healthcare liability trust fund established under Chapter 139 of the Acts of 2002 in order to offset the anticipated cost of health care for retired employees and the eligible surviving spouse or dependents of deceased employees. This motion is made by the Finance Committee, and the chair recognizes Pat Clooney. And Ms. Clooney, you have 10 minutes as the main proponent.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I would like to talk about the Retiree Healthcare Liability Trust and OPEB. It's a little bit dry, so I hope that you stay with me. This is other post-employment benefits, which is health insurance premiums for retirees, some of whom are on Medicare, and some of whom are too young to be Medicare eligible and are on the town's Blue Cross Blue Shield plans. In 2004, the Government Accounting Standards Board, or GASB, issued Statement 45 in order to address hidden OPEB costs. GASB 45 requires governments to disclose, but not necessarily fund, their OPEB costs. The Government Accounting Standards Board realized that most municipalities were completely unaware of the magnitude of this benefit. They believe requiring these disclosures would be a step towards providing intergenerational and taxpayer equity. It is based on a fundamental accounting principle, the matching principle, which states that retiree health care benefits for current employees is related to current services and should be paid for by current taxpayers. Massachusetts law requires cities and towns to pay a minimum of 50% of retiree health care premiums. Winchester pays quite a bit more than that and averages about 75%, depending on the plan. Winchester and like-sized communities were required to disclose their OPEB benefits in 2008. In FY09, the town manager recommended, the Finance Committee recommended, and town meeting voted to appropriate $75,000. This was identified as a significant risk, and we had the good intentions of addressing this further the next year. Unfortunately, there were other pressures, and in FY 2010, $25,000 was appropriated, and again, $25,000 in FY11. So the total funding to date is $125,000. This year, in FY12, The town manager initially recommended $25,000 again in this budget. However, the acting and assistant town manager supported adding $55,000 that was realized as they received their final health care quote, bringing the total to $80,000. Wait. Okay.
Okay.
This shows Winchester's current liability from the Town of Winchester's annual report at page 60, way down in the footnotes. If you'll see the $110 million unfunded liability, it's a whopper. And this comes from a report that was issued by Buck Consultants in 2008. We're currently waiting for an update to this number. We're required to update it every 2 years. And it has most certainly increased over that time as we have failed to address this issue. Winchester is not alone in having this as an unfunded liability. It's unfunded across most municipalities in Massachusetts, and it's currently less than 1% funded in Winchester. We can take steps to reduce this, but this liability will remain huge. The ARC, or the annual required contribution, is the amount necessary to fund the trust. It includes money to fund OPEB for current employees and to amortize the retiree liability. Currently, our ARC is approximately $4.6 million, $2.6 million of which is funded in the health budget. So we have a $2 million funding gap here. We would like to set a goal to close this gap and meet the ARC by 2016. And the town must strive to attain this goal despite other very immediate budget pressures. It is this $2 million gap that we have been trying to close with $25,000 appropriations. The Finance Committee voted unanimous approval of $250,000 to fund this trust. Let's see about this. What else can we do? We can take steps to lower our GASB 45 liability. We applaud the efforts of the acting and assistant town manager to change the town's Blue Cross offerings, because that impacts here as well, as 28% of our retirees are on our Blue Cross Blue Shield plans. We would like to review and change as necessary the benefit entitlement policies, and this is the biggest lever that the town has. We would also like to create a policy to allocate reversions to the trust and fund the plan. Next fall, we would like to change the trust fund to meet the GASB 45 requirements, and we can provide feedback to state officials in support of the Governor's Pension Reform Plan and the House of Representatives Health Insurance Bill. And thank you for your work here, Representative Lewis. Why should we do this? Primarily, or initially, it's the fairness issue. Residents should pay for the services they receive. The longer we ignore this, the worse it gets. As healthcare costs rise, the population ages, and it gets bigger compared to the overall budget. Moody's has issued several statements indicating that if this is unaddressed, it will affect bond ratings. Winchester is already behind the other AAA communities. Lexington appropriated $400,000 in FY09 and increases each year and is about $500,000 now. Weston appropriates close to $500,000. Bedford has been funding since 1994 with over $2 million in their trust. Tiny Dover put in $178,000 last year, and Wellesley allocates $3 million to this trust on an annual basis and will have theirs paid in 10 years. Additionally, investment income and capital appreciation will help cover the liability. Our plan would be to work with the selectmen and the town managers to fund the ARC over 5 years, and then we'll pay this ARC off over pay this whole liability off over a period of 30 years. So it's a 35-year funding plan. If we came tonight and told you that our pensions were less than 1% funded, you would be concerned, and rightly so. But that is what we're saying here. This is just another type of pension, and it is less than 1% funded. As a town, we focus almost exclusively on free cash as a measure of our financial health, but there are other important indicators as well. Funding this item is not like funding an expenditure line item in another part of the budget. Instead, it is a different type of reserve that helps us to meet a long-term liability. Saving for retirement is never fun or easy. The ARC is an actuarial estimate, and we will never know the exact amount required. Although we do know, no matter what we do, this liability is not below $35 million. We will always have other competing funding pressures, and someone can always attempt to delay. Those who would reduce this appropriation are not suggesting that we reduce our expenses. They are only suggesting that we not pay the bill. We strongly urge you to support this article, which we believe is critical to Winchester's long-term financial strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lannon?
Good evening. All right, well, this evening, as Patty indicated, the motion in your handout is for $250,000 allocation.
You want to move that mic up a little bit?
Sure. Sorry, a little taller than Patty, I think. Okay, so essentially what we have recommended, staff recommendation, and at our board meeting at 6:30 this evening, the Board of Selectmen supported that the motion be amended to $153,000.
Yes, do you want to put that motion
Okay.
now? We need a town meeting member, one of the Board of Selectmen, to put
Well,
that
I
motion.
could give the review, and then we could do the motion.
All right, well, just so everybody understands, the selectmen have advised me that they're going to make a motion to amend by reducing the appropriation from $250,000 to $153,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right.
And the reasons...
So why don't you make that motion now, if somebody, and then... Okay, Mr. Johnson moves that the main motion be amended by reducing the $250,000 to $153,000. And the Finance Committee was aware of that prior to the meeting, that motion to amend was going to be made. And so the question will come on the motion to amend.
Sure.
Ms. Lannon?
Okay. I won't take too much of your time, but just to give you some of the history on this. Essentially what the town manager's budget, as Patty indicated, did include the $25,000. And then when we had the Maya rates come in on the health plan, we were able to reduce that a little bit more, adding more to that fund. And then the savings between what the Finance Committee cut and the budget that I originally presented has also gone into that number. That number hits to 153, and at this time, we have put out a call to Bucks Consulting to have them work on the actuarial study, and that information hasn't been completed yet. And although the board and the town manager and the senior staff recommend that the GASB is an unfunded liability that we certainly are cognizant of and we're, certainly willing to support, the difficulty is that we haven't had the actuarial study completed. And we do have the fall town meeting, which we can present to you the findings in that study, and then we can also, make an additional contribution to the fund within the FY11 budget. So what we're recommending is that we establish a GASB 45 advisory committee made up of citizens at large, particularly with specialists involved in accounting. And we're looking for the amendment for the $153,000. We are also committed, senior management and the board, to allocate a portion of our over-appropriated pension funds from the FY11 retiree health care account at the fall town meeting. Currently, there are estimates from our comptroller that we may have as much as $200,000 in that leftover account as we close out June 30th, but it's just too premature to say what that is going to be. So that's why we're asking for you to consider the reduction. We also want to investigate the town of Winchester's ability to reduce the impact of this liability through a variety of plan design changes to our current benefit offerings. Now, I know that I've mentioned to you several times that we've talked with the unions, and we just recently settled the health care changes where contributions are now at 25% for the employee's share and 75%. Now, that contribution split is really an integral piece of information for Bucks Consulting to consider when looking at the unfunded liability over the long haul. Prior to us settling the union contracts, some of our contributions that the employees were paying were at 10%. So when you look at that unfunded liability, you're looking at that 90% versus what is now 75%. So I just feel at this point it's simply just too premature. And the other thing, I have not had a request by the Finance Committee formally to have any kind of analysis done on what the long-term effect for our retirees who have been retired for, say, 20 years, when the cost of living, when they retired out after giving their life's work to the community, teachers and firefighters and what have you, their pension may be a simple calculation of, $20,000 a year. And if we're going to be taking that retiree health care portion and increasing it significantly from 50% to, say, asking the retirees to pay 80%, that impact hasn't been studied, and I feel that it's just too early for us to consider this at $250,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, is somebody from the selectmen wishes to speak? Seeing it's your motion. Yep.
The selectmen are in agreement with the presentation with regard to the exposure that we have and the need to begin to seriously address it. Our difference is one of timing. To do the FinCom motion, we would be going to free cash. We've established a policy with regard to a minimum level of free cash, and this, as good an idea as this is to begin to address this, we feel very strongly that we should not be touching free cash for this purpose or other purposes beyond where we have it for our minimum. What you've just heard from the acting town manager is that we have an excess of funds in our pension category that we will be certifying on June 30th and coming back to fall town meeting. And so we're committed to, at a minimum, adding $97,000, which would bring us to the same $250,000 that's being suggested. And to appoint a study committee that would look and see if that's a sufficient fund. In point of fact, we may come back and suggest more than $97,000. We're not going to be able to fund this. You've heard 35 years. We're not sure if that's 35 years. We're not sure about the $110 million figure, which is which comes to you from a 2008 study. And so we've committed to come back and restudy that and see and check the veracity of that number. Is that number higher? Is that number the same? Is it lower? As we stand here tonight, we don't know. So we're stipulating to the problem. We're saying the prudent way to do this is to pass our amendment for $153,000 versus $250,000 with a commitment that we will be back to you in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Further, Mr. Swanton, did you have a question? Okay. Further on the question. Just way up back. Can't see who it is.
The Finance
Wait,
Committee.
yeah, microphone.
Would the Finance Committee like to speak to the Selectmen's recommendation?
The question is, will the Finance Committee like to speak to the Selectmen's recommendation?
You don't have to ask me twice. There's going to be a lot of numbers. So there's going to be a lot of numbers, and this is going to be a discussion that we have to have both about what it is we want to do and what it is we want to pay. The reason the Finance Committee picked a 5-year phase up to a pay rate and 30 years is because that was far less painful than trying to do it in 10 years. We picked a number which was $250,000, which was a lot lower than the number that we were banting around the table, and was a number that we could vote. But at some point, we are going to have to put in numbers that are far higher than $1 million and hover more like $2 million, and we're going to have to do that for a long time. Now, we can decide that we can continue paying the retired health care funds. I mean, people who are presently retired, we could continue paying those out of current and not fund those into an annuity and just pay an amount of money that is equal to the increasing liability that we have for the people who are working for us. We can do a whole bunch of things in plan design. There's many, many things we're going to do, but whatever it is that we do, it is going to be a lot more money than $250,000 a year. So this is kind of a drop in the bucket. So if we put a little bit more, it's not going to help it that much more. We put a little bit less, it's going to help it less. But one of the points I want to make is that when we're looking at our bond rating, there are more things that are looked at than just our reserve fund, our free cash balance. One of the things is our liabilities. And one of the very interesting things about the way GASB 45 is written is that when you put $1 into the fund for GADSP, it drops your liability by $2. So we can take money out of free cash, essentially, from our right pocket, and we can put it in our left pocket, albeit a much more restrictive pocket in which we can only take the money out to pay for something we know we're going to be paying for. And then we can count it twice because our liability, if fully funded, is $55 million. And if it's not funded, it's $110 million. And this results from the way GASB 45 is written. Now, the selectmen are absolutely right that in order to really know what the exact amount you're going to have to pay is, we're going to have to bring in some professionals, and we're also going to have to spend a whole lot of time figuring out what it is that we're going to pay in benefits. But as I said before, whatever that number is, if we're going to fully fund it in the next 30 years, it's going to be a lot more than $1 million.
Further on the question? Up back, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carol Savage, Precinct 5. I have some concerns. I have colleagues over in Wellesley who have years ago, for the past 10 years, been talking about this issue in their town and asking me as a town meeting member, you're not dealing with this? You must have this issue. And so when the number came to us a couple years ago, a magnitude of $100 million, it was a bit of a shock. Of course, we do have this issue here, and I understand the issue is $110 million. So the question of, are we being premature? I ask, are we really behind on this? We listed off towns that I think we like to compare ourselves to. So I guess one of the other AAA bond communities, who are the benchmark towns that Winchester is comparing itself to when we look at what our policy should be on this? I guess I have that question for the Finance Committee. Do we have a set of benchmark towns we look at? I also have that same question for the Board of Selectmen. And then I guess separately, I have a question about the free cash, the question of free cash balance versus money being in this fund for this purpose, the liability, to offset the liability. It is treated, it sounds like, similarly by the bond rating agencies, whether you have it in free cash, which we want for our, I understand the policy on free cash is because the bond rating agencies look favorably upon that. I think that makes sense. But to have it in this fund would also be looked upon favorably by the bond rating agencies. So if we're going to have 97,000 that could revert into free cash in the fall, could that also, it could revert into this fund in the fall, could that revert into free cash in the fall if we instead decide to allocate 250 now rather than 150 now? That 97 could go into free cash in the fall rather than into this fund in the fall. So I have a question about that. Could that revert into free cash? And
if I could, I think that you know, you've asked one specific question, and I'm inferring you're
thinking through the
speaking.
Second. But yeah, so I think we as town meeting need to make some kind of statement on this. I think we have a huge liability, and we've known about it for some time. I think this is a wise motion being brought to us. I think 250 is a small number. It sounds like we can afford it. It's a question of whether we have that 100,000 in free cash or we have that in this number. So I think I'm in favor of this. I would like to ask whether we have a set of benchmark towns that we look at when we ask that question. I'd like to ask both those, both
All right.
Finance Committee, Board of Selectmen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fontana is next, and one of the questions, Mr. Fontana, is whether or not we, in your mind, have a set of benchmark communities that we compare ourselves with, such as Wellesley that she suggested.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let me state emphatically that the Board of Selectmen and the town management do not take this issue lightly. This is a very significant liability that the town will have to deal with and is trying actually to deal with. And the board and town management applaud the Finance Committee for bringing it forward. What we just disagree with is the timing of which to ramp up to meet that obligation. We would view the compromise that we get approximately to the Finance Committee's level this year, but not quite there, as a very, very big incremental step. We also will make the pledge that if incremental funds become available through the review that's happening with the pension contribution and the like, we actually may, by the fall of this year at town meeting, get to the number that the Finance Committee would like to. What we don't want to do is put the precedence that we're putting a line in the sand that we continually have to reach every year until we actually finish the analysis. I think the Finance Committee has brought the ball forward, but there are several questions. Exactly what are the benchmark communities doing? What exactly do the rating agencies look at? In my understanding of how they consider things, they're aware of these off-balance sheet items, and they already know what our liability is, and they already know what our lack of contribution is. If you move $1 from the operating reserve to this singular trust that has an irrevocable nature, you may get $2 of credit, but what actually is the debit that you have from your liquid cash reserves? Remember, you can't get that back. That's money you need today or you have more discretion over. We don't know what that math is. So the board emphatically agrees with the Finance Committee about the increasingly importance of this issue, and we fully intend to come up with a recommended plan from which we hope to get buy-in across all the major important constituent groups. But I think it's in the best interest, recommended by the executive town management team, that we take this step of the amendment that was brought forward and that Mr. Berman spoke on. Thank you.
Further on the question, ladies and gentlemen, is whether or not we reduce the proposed appropriation from $250,000 to $153,000. Mr. Bottaro, you had your hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I first brought this issue up in the abstract when I was on the Finance Committee, about 8 years ago. And my only observation is the numbers were estimated to be between 20 and 80 million then, without the benefit of any studies. I'm not sure why we want to reduce the number. Both numbers are too low, and we're not really funding this adequately. And related to the comment of discipline on the capital, I think this starts the ball rolling towards some discipline. There is a tendency towards having free cash leaking back into the operating budget. I just don't see the risk of an extra $97,000 going into this fund. It's pay it now or pay it later. I would not support the Selectmen's amendment.
Okay, further on the question, Mr. Filio. Ms. Filio. Yeah.
In the 2012 budget, how much is being taken from free cash to get us where we are now?
Question is, how much are we taking out of free cash this year
Right.
based on the budget that's been presented?
All right. The initial number, which this year was set at the beginning of the budget rather than at the end of the budget, was set at 1.48 million, and we've dropped 20. No, I'm just listening to Cowbell. We dropped 28,000 back in because of an appropriation that I said in the Energy Champion Fund that we're not making. So that's what the number is now, and we're suggesting adding 100,000 to that.
Further on the question, are you ready for the question? Yes, sir.
I'm not sure I heard a recommendation on the Selectmen's motion from the Finance Committee. Did they say they supported the reduction?
Well, we'll ask them. Peter?
We took a $250,000, a vote on $250,000, and we stand by $250,000.
You ready for the question, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, the question is, it's moved and seconded that we reduce the main motion from $250,000 to $153,000. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Opposed? No. I would say that the noes have it. And that brings us back to the main motion, and it's moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $250,000 to the Retiree Healthcare Liability Trust Fund established under Chapter 139 of the Acts of 2002. Majority vote required. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Majority vote required. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a recess at this time. We'll come back here at 9:30. Yes. Okay, Precinct 1 caucus in the cafeteria. Meeting will be adjourned for 15 minutes.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As you see, town meeting, the second session of Winchester's fall Springtown meeting. Season ahead of myself here. Springtown meeting is in recess. I'm Alan Iden, reporting here for the WinCam studios in the high school. Let's recap what has happened so far this evening in the first hour and a half of this session. We started out with Article 4. This is the first session in which, by town bylaw, financial issues can be considered. They cannot be considered last week because it was not in the month of May. So we've moved on to financial issues this time. The first article was a housekeeping article, Article 4, which authorizes the treasurer to borrow from time to time in anticipation of tax revenues. That passed, of course. And then the big item was the budget. And we had a total of 42 motions on different line items in the budget. The first motions were actually to fund the Building Stabilization Fund and the Capital Stabilization Funds. Now, those funds were established back in March of 2001 as a result of an override to one of the first towns to do it in the state to provide continuing funds for building and capital improvements and maintenance. The Building Stabilization Fund grows at an amount of 2.5% per year, as allowed by Proposition 2.5, and that amount was $2.3 million, and in the Capital Stabilization Fund was $999,000, and those motions were passed. And then began the march down the budget. And just going to recap some of the appropriations from the Finance Committee's budget that were approved. General government was $2.8 million, and that's such as the town manager's office and the planning board and assessors. Culture, get my notes here. Culture was actually the library requested their budget be postponed until after consideration of Article 18, which was for funding personnel issues, because they were concerned that if the budget passed as it was written here, they would not have enough money to maintain the library's certification. So they asked that that be postponed. The culture budget, when passed, will be $1.6 million. Health and social section of the budget was funded for $463,000. We did hear from Chairman of the Board of Health, David Heinold, who gave his report that would normally be given at the Article 1. But he talked about some of the accomplishments of the Board of Health, such as the creating the Coalition for a Safer Community and some of the accomplishments it's made in mitigating drug and substance abuse over the last 10 years. Public safety budget was funded to almost $8 million, $7,988,000. Public Works got $5.8 million. Education, the big one, $35.7 million, which was a 3% increase from the current fiscal year. Undistributed was $26.9 million. That included such things as the energy budget, retirement pensions, health insurance, which was up 10%, debt, principal and interest to service the town's long-term debt. The capital budget was next. That was $3.8 million.
We heard from Helen Filio from the Capital Planning Committee, talked about some of the projects, for example, the new school zone traffic control project that was being funded by the capital budget. So with the exception, the budget was not closed out, with the exception of the library, the entire budget was passed for about a total of $90 million. Again, assuming that the library budget will be passed, they are looking, I believe, for an extra $10,000 to maintain their certification. So that particular culture element was on hold. Again, a total budget of about $90 million. Moved on to Article 6, and if you're just watching, that was a proposal to fund $250,000 into the Retiree Health Care Liability Trust Fund. And that trust fund is apparently currently less than 1% funded. There is a $2 million gap that they want to close, that the Finance Committee would like to close by 2016. So we heard some discussion on that, especially as the Selectmen came forward with a motion to reduce that $250,000 to $153,000 by not using free cash. Now, they stipulated they wanted to come back in the fall to restore that if possible, but town meeting didn't buy that, and that Selectmen's motion to reduce that was failed on a voice vote. And then the overall motion to put $250,000 into, again, the Retiree Health Care Liability Trust Fund was passed on a voice vote. And that's basically what the town budget has been taken care of in this session. We'll be moving on to Article 7 after the recess, so I invite you to stay tuned to WinCam here, and I'll be back with a recap at the end of tonight's town meeting session, usually in about an hour and a quarter. We usually wrap up about 10:30. So stay with us. We'll see you then.
Oh, that's my car. No. Yeah, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Meeting will now come to order. By the way, these keys were found in the parking lot, and I think they must have 9 cars, but there's a Honda tag on it. There is Boston Sports Club, Shaw's Market, Borders, and these are what it looked like. And it was found next to a blue car, which we think is a Honda. All right. Car is mine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we turn now to Article 7 to see if... I beg your pardon? Yeah, how much you got? To see if the town will appropriate a sum of money to meet the assessment of the Northeast Metropolitan Vocational School. It's moved and seconded that the town appropriate $167,919 to meet this proportionate assessment to the Northeast Regional Vocational Technical School District for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2011. Who is the proponent on that? The Finance Committee. Yes, sir.
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this. It is a slight increase over last year, but that's because we've increased the number of people that we're actually sending to the vocational school.
All right, majority vote required. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, the ayes have it, motion carries. Article 8, also the Finance Committee, to see if the town will vote to appropriate a sum of money to the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002. It's moved and seconded that the town appropriate $327,867 to the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002. Mr. Chairman?
First off, the Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this, but I'm going to presume that there are some new town meeting members who are a little confused by the discussion that went on in the middle of Article 5 about this. Essentially what this is at a period before we had the capital articles that we passed at the very beginning of Article 5, we did bond a number of capital projects out of general funds. And as those projects go offline, in order to maintain the same amount of money dedicated to capital, we have made it a policy over the past 5 or 10 years to take the money that was being spent in the previous years for capital and reverting them to the Capital Stabilization Fund. So that's what this is. But anyway, the FinCom, again, the FinCom voted favorable action.
Further on the question, this takes a 2/3 vote, ladies and gentlemen. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the chair declares that it's it's unanimous and therefore meets the 2/3 requirement. Article 9, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the transfer from available funds sum of monies to defray the expenses of the Water and Sewer Division. And ladies and gentlemen, if you take out the yellow sheet that was part of Article 5, and on the back of that, we have these 2 enterprise accounts. And these are, both motions are presented by the Finance Committee. And now these motions have been scrubbed, and they are technically correct. And there has been some confusion, like at last year's town meeting, that we adjusted the main motions in the book and what have you. But so we'll take them one at a time. And Article 9 reads as follows. It's moved and seconded that the amount, that the $7,987,747 water and sewer revenue, of which $1,193,331 is from personal services, $6,773,418 is from other expenses, and $95,000 is from equipment. In addition to appropriating this in the fine print up on motion 1, it says that $1,173,143 is going to be included in the appropriations on the general fund for indirect cost and be allocated to the water and sewer. And of that appropriation, $4,721,314 is from water and sewer receipts. $472,940 comes from retained earnings, and $3,966,636 is from the property tax levy in accordance with Chapter 110 of the Acts of 1993. Now, what is happening here is this. We have set up, the town set up, the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. And what we do is that we appropriate money into that enterprise fund, and then using those numbers, the town sets a water rate and charges all of us at home. And what happened last year, in accordance with the Department of Revenue, I think it was, that set up a standard that you were supposed to go back to your budgets, and if the treasurer, for example, sends out 23,000 water bills in a year out of a total of $200,000 bills she sends out, then that means the the cost of those 20,000 bills that are sent out should be allocated to this fund. You don't transfer the money, and that's where it got confusing last year. We don't do that, but we take that $1,173,000 out of all of the budgets that have anything to do with water and sewer, like engineering, DPW, and so there's an extra $1 million worth of cost assigned when they calculate the water rate. But the appropriation is what it is here. And this allows us to track every year the total money spent on water and sewer, and allows the selectmen and company to determine what is the basis for any water rate increase. And so that's why that allocation, it doesn't really take the money away from the treasurer, it just allocates the cost. And so that is the motion on the water and sewer enterprise, and the chair recognizes the finance committee. It is their motion.
The Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this, and as the moderator was pointing out, this is the second year that we have accounted for the expenditures within the water and sewer budget as a complete enterprise fund. Last year was an intermediate year, and by the time the dust settled, I don't think we even knew what was going on. But previous to that, the way the budgets that had work in them that was actually being paid for by the Water and Sewer Fund, that money would actually be moved out, and when we voted, say, the town manager's budget, it wouldn't have a certain amount of money in it. So a certain amount of money would just be invisible. Now, all of the money that's actually being spent in say, the town manager's office, you can see it in the budget, and we voted it. And what we have done is that we've, as the moderator said, we've balled together all of the amount of usage that the Water and Sewer Fund makes of those departments. In this case, I'm describing the town manager's office, and it makes a transfer of money from the water and sewer into the general fund. At the same time, we collect in taxes what we call Chapter 110, and that's transferred from the general fund. The Chapter 110 are the expenses that we pay for our water that end up on our tax bill and therefore are tax deductible. We collect those in the general fund, and those are transferred back to the water and sewer. So even when you understand what's going on, it's very confusing. And but now with the implementation of the rec fund last year, we in the FinCom worked with the town manager's office last year and a consultant to actually put a wrapper around both of the enterprise funds, look at them as enterprises, look at the money that was going back and forth explicitly, and then track them explicitly. So the process was actually carried out last year specifically for the Recreation Fund, but it benefited our visibility into the Water and Sewer Fund at the same time. But bottom line, we think you should vote for this.
Further on the question? Yes, sir.
No, I mean, the Chapter 110 is 4 million, and then so we're collecting 4 million from Chapter 110, so that's being collected in your tax bill. Then the receipts are another 4.7 million, and we are using existing funds, or essentially the free cash within the enterprise at the rate of about, if I had other glasses I could see, about 470,000. So, and the reason we can do that is that we had a really good summer last year, as you'll remember, that we sold a lot of water last summer. So, so that's the money that we're using.
Did that answer your question, sir? Okay. Further on the question? Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the special funding sources, and there's 4 million from water and sewer receipts, 400,000 related to retainings and earnings, and another almost 4 million. That comes to about $9 million. And the enterprise is just under 8. What's happening with the other million?
Okay. That other million is the allocation of the cost that comes from all the budgets. That, like the town manager's budget, the treasurer sending out the bills, the engineering, what have you. And I can tell you is that if you add them all up, it comes to 9163890. That's the calculation you did. And you got to add to it that 1,172,000. And that makes it all work. So you add, got it? Further on the question, yes, sir. Microphone.
So I understand what you're saying on how the numbers add up to 9 million, but what's the point of an enterprise fund if the total enterprise doesn't equal 9 million in the expenditure? I mean, it seems kind of counterintuitive.
Anybody want to take a shot at that? Yes, sir. Mr. Marmon.
The 7.9 million that we appropriate is actually being spent by the enterprise. The indirect costs at $1 million something are goods that they are buying from the rest of the town. We already appropriated those when we did the treasurer's budget. So we don't have to appropriate that million again, but it is a cost to the water and sewer enterprise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I guess, maybe I'm just being too much of an account, but it seems to me that it should be all appropriated within the enterprise fund, because isn't that the point of the enterprise fund?
But technically the appropriation, if we appropriated the treasurer's part in the water and sewer enterprise, then we wouldn't be appropriating it over when we did the treasurer. Now the treasurer's office doesn't make sense. It's 90% treasurer and 10%'s over here in water, and that caused more trouble.
Okay. I mean, I guess I would look at it the other way, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay, further on, there's somebody up back. Yes, sir.
Diabjarius, Precinct 8. If I read these numbers, and I'm sure I'm reading them incorrectly, the water and sewer receipts for last year are a little under 5 million, but we actually need almost, I'm guessing, 9 million in order to actually get things done. So doesn't that imply that it's running at a $5 million loss or a $4 million loss?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what I'd said earlier. There's a mechanism within the Massachusetts law which allows some of your water bill to be tax deductible. For obvious reasons, you'd want that because you get about 30% off. So that's the Chapter 110. That money, which rounds out the 9 million, is the 3.9 million that we collect in our real estate taxes, which are then transferred over to the water and sewer fund. So the water and sewer bill actually includes that, and therefore allows you roughly to deduct half of your water and sewer bill off your taxes. So that's where the other 4 million comes from.
Mr. Swanton.
I do think I understand this, but through you, Mr. Moderator, is there some place in the budget book where I would see that $1.1 million that's in the Treasurer's Fund somehow moving between water and sewer and others?
It's on the yellow sheet, sir. Yes, it is. It's in the main motion, top line.
In your book, it's on 160, I think. Is that what you handed me? Yeah, 160. 163. Yeah.
Page 163 or 162, one of the two.
And then on the front of the yellow sheet, we actually have leftover little stars. And those little stars, you'll notice against each one of those motions, are actually the budgets which have a component of enterprise fund in them.
Any other questions? Did you get it, Mr. Swan? Yes, sir. Okay, are you ready for the question, ladies and gentlemen? All those in favor of the Article 9 main motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion carries, and the vote is unanimous. Article 10, it's moved and seconded that $1,335,000 be appropriated for the Recreation Enterprise Account, of which $846,800 is for personal services, $488,851 is for other expenses, and that $242,430 be included in the appropriation from the general fund, and that goes charged against and gets added in for the revenue calculation. And of that, $1,430,225 from the recreation program receipts, and $347,858, or is that 856, from the town's tax levy. Same thing. We are appropriating $1,335,651, and in addition, we're making a book entry of expenses from the town for $242,000, and that adds up to $1,578. And you look over there, the funding sources are 1430 and 147, which add up to 1578. And then that allows in the enterprise fund for the recreation department to figure out what fees they would have to charge in order to break even. That's sort of the same thing as the water and sewer, but much less complex because of all the different funding sources. Are you ready for that motion? Yes, sir, way up back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What it was explained last year, and let me see if I can do it justice. But the way it's done is you go through all the budgets, and you determine if any of the budgets have anything to do with the recreation. And for example, the library, the answer is no. There would be no funds being used for the recreation. But maybe for the treasurer's office, there is some hours attributed to that, and maybe for the engineering department, laying out fields or what have you. And so you go through there and you get those costs, and then the total cost is divided proportionally between the budgets based on how big the budgets are. And I think that's in the book.
In the Finance Red Book, page 167 lists the indirects. At 242.
And that's a paper transfer. Okay, the question comes on the appropriation of 1335651. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries, and it's unanimous. 10, another Finance Committee one. Article 10 is, oh, we did Article 10, I'm sorry. That was Article 10, which is the recreation. Article 11, to see if the town will raise and appropriate a sum of money to be used with such sums that may be available from the State Highway Fund. It's moved and seconded that the town be authorized to accept and expend funds from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts State Highway Fund for maintenance, repair, alteration, relocation, and other improvements to townways or purchase of equipment, acquisition or easements, and payments of damages and expenses in connection therewith, and to authorize the transfer of said funds for any unused balance. This is a standard motion. Is anybody on the selectmen going to speak to this? No. And this is a standard motion which allows the town to accept funds that may come available from the highway funds of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Majority vote required. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. That brings us to Article 12, to see if the town will continue a revolving fund for the Archival Center. It's moved and seconded that the town continue the revolving fund for the Archival Center in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2, in order to receive monies, grants, or gifts and fees associated with the sale of reproductions of historical items, that funds derived from the sale of such items be expended by authorization of the town manager, and that the amount of the fund be limited to $5,000. And that's made by the town manager. Ms. Lannon.
Yes, this has essentially become a routine article since 2008, in which we had created the revolving fund for the Archival Center. And essentially, it's to retain fees that they receive through the sales of reproductions and collections of the materials that they research from people at large that write in. And as town clerk, I do actually end up sending quite a few of those requests down to the archival because they're sort of beyond the scope of the genealogical that we can handle. And this is simply a way for them to keep funds in which they can continue to do research.
And I'm not sure everybody got this handout, but the Archival Center in 2011 had a beginning balance of $1,180. And they had revenues in 2011 at $335. And their current balance in this fund is $1,515. Very small fund, and it's limited to having 5,000. So if in fact they got a bunch of requests and they charged for them, then their revenue, if it went over 5,000, they could spend that money or turn it back to the town. So no real action there financially. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. The next one is to see if the town will vote to continue a revolving fund, and that it's moved and seconded that the town will continue a revolving fund in accordance with Massachusetts general laws to receive fees associated with energy in school and municipal buildings. That funds derived from the assessment of fees for such uses may be expended by authorization of the town manager for projects that conserve energy in the operation of the town's buildings. And that also, that particular fund has been operating, and what they have right now is the energy fund at the beginning of the year had $46,318. They brought in revenue of $13,180. And so now they have $59,498, and they have a limit of $50,000 in that revolving account. So it's my understanding that before the end of the year, they will spend some money to bring it down on energy projects, of course, and bring it down. And that program appears to be a money generator. And Mary Ellen, do you want to comment? Mr. Howley, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In 2009, the Board of Selectmen adopted a policy of moving strategically towards greater energy efficiency and environmental sustainability. This policy brought together really and was a reflection of work that actually been in place on behalf of the town, by the town, as well as a number of very effective private groups. And tonight, your approval of Article 13 is really, it provides us with the continuation of a very important tool in our efforts to achieve greater energy efficiency. The fund has proven to be highly effective for us, and I think it's worth your understanding exactly what it does, so you can measure its value before we vote. Bill Swanton, who is the chair of the Energy Management Committee, is going to talk to you about what we've been able to achieve over the past 5 years. Also talk about the current year's fiscal projects in the current fiscal year, as well as some of the projects that we're considering, as the moderator said, for funding in FY12. And as Bill comes up, I just want to say that the Energy Management Committee is an excellent example of something which is a great resource to our community, and that is engaged, talented citizen volunteers. We are in a time, as we all know, where in fact we're working with diminishing resources in terms of the funds that are available to us to take on challenging issues that are presented to us, as well as to better understand opportunities that we want to capture. And so this asset, this tradition that we have in Winchester of really talented people who have expertise in particular areas and who devote their time very generously is something that we've benefited from greatly, and the Board of Selectmen continues to try to take great advantage of. So we want to thank the Energy Management Committee for their work, and I think you'll understand when you see this presentation exactly its value to all of us.
Mr. Swanton.
Sorry about that. Okay, that it is. I'd like to just tell you, the Energy Management Committee is 5 citizens plus representatives of the town DPW, the schools, the EFPBC, capital planning, FinCom, who basically meet and try to drive down energy costs. This specific fund that we're going to talk about comes across something that happens in the energy industry that doesn't really work well with town budgeting. Normally we sit here and we appropriate money, and we're going to spend that starting in July. Well, right now, every state is basically forcing the utilities to collect money from various charges and use that to help their customers reduce their energy cost. These are utility incentives. The problem is that typically you only have 60 or 90 days after you start the engagement with the utility to get them to do this. And as you can get an idea here, the money we are spending, for example, this is lighting sensors at McCall. The utility is paying 60% of it, we're paying about 40% of it, and we're going to save the amount of money that we put into it every year. Okay, so this is a really big payback for the town, but it's something we have to be able to act quickly on. So one of the things that we did a couple of years ago was create this revolving fund to capture money as an energy surcharge for rental of town buildings, the schools, the town hall, and things like that. And we're going to use that money for short-term payback projects. So one of the things that we're doing, as you'll see on page 23 of the motion book, that you'll have a set of these projects. We're doing things like putting in lighting sensors so that the lights only turn on if people are in the room, they shut off if they're not. Give you an idea, these are the projects that we have focused here. We're going to spend $110,000. The utilities are paying $60,000 of that, and we're going to save almost $50,000 a year for each of the projects. Another way of looking at this is these are what we are saving this year, And then if you look at the larger chart, that's sort of the ongoing every year savings we have for the projects we've done over the past 5 years. So this is an ongoing thing. We're saving money each year. And finally, this is an update of a chart we've shown you before. But what this is showing you is the green line at the top is how much we would be spending if we used the same amount of energy in all of our buildings that we did in FY05. So if you take a look at that, it's quite about 70% more than we would have back then. The dotted green line is what we're actually spending now. You'll notice that's going down a bit. It's gone up when the oil price spikes, goes down a little bit. When it's gone down, it'll probably go up a little bit next year with the oil price. And then the orange line at the bottom shows how much energy in terms of million BTUs we are using. And if you take a look at that number, we're down to about 70% of what we were using 5-6 years ago. And that's what we have to do, is we just have to keep driving down the absolute usage of energy in the town, get the same kind of environmental benefits in the buildings, but use less energy doing it. And we're doing that by putting in more efficient systems. So I urge you to vote for this article, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to the motion on this. It's moved. I'm sorry. I didn't see you, Mr. Natali. I don't know how I missed you, but.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the Mr. Swanton.
Hold the mic out, sir.
Okay. I'm a slow learner. Through you, please, to the Mr. Swanton. Is it your committee, may I ask, that that brought us the solar cells on the roof of the Lynch School and the solar cell farm at the transfer station?
Okay. There have been several solar projects that are either proposed or have been done. The one at the high school was done through a community program. We endorsed that, but we were not really a big part of that. We are currently going out on RFPs for projects on Ambrose School and the DPW. And we are currently working with consultants studying the possibility of something at the transfer station. Anything that happens at the transfer station will come back to town meeting to be voted on.
Well, my question has to do with the solar cell array that's proposed for the transfer station. This is a huge array that's going to occupy that entire property from the roadway out to the pile of branches and Christmas trees. Okay, so when that acreage is occupied by the solar cell array, where is the DPW going to put the snow? Last year they started dumping at McDonald Field, but the neighbors there didn't want that. So this past year, it went to the transfer station. When the solar cells go there, then where will the snow be deposited?
Do you want to
I think we're getting off the subject here. That project and the other solar projects, all of those would have to come back to the town meeting, and at that time would be the appropriate place. We don't have answers to that question, and certainly Mr. Swanton doesn't. So, thank you. Are you ready for the question, ladies and gentlemen? Question comes on the main motion that the town continue the revolving account for energy. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Article 14, and this is the last revolving fund. It's moved and seconded that the town vote to continue a revolving fund in accordance with Massachusetts general law to public health programs such as clinics sponsored by the Board of Health, and further to authorize the Board of Health to administer and expend funds for those and related programs such as medical services up to a limit of $45,000 a year. And if the Board of Health is here, come on down. The Board of Health clinic had balance in this revolving fund of $10,332 in the beginning of the year, brought in $48,000 worth of revenue, spent $33,000, and has an ending balance of $26,089.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This revolving fund is the fund that's is the mechanism by which we're able to conduct the health-based clinics that I alluded to in our previous presentation earlier this evening. I encourage favorable action on this item. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And do we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee voted favorable action on this.
You ready for the question, ladies and gentlemen? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Article 15. This is for the replacement of the Center Falls valve. And it's moved and seconded that $630,000 is appropriated for replacement of the Center Falls valve, the purpose of flood mitigation along the Abidjona River, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is hereby authorized to borrow $630,000 under Chapter 44 of the General Laws or any other enabling authority, and that the town manager is authorized to have oversight of this project, and that in accordance with Section 4-2 of the Home Rule Charter, the town manager shall have the authority to enter into contracts and approve payments with respect to said project. And the chair recognized Mr. James Johnson of the Board of Selectmen.
Good evening, everybody. The Board of Selectmen and the Capital Committee is asking for favorable action on Article 15, which is the Central Falls Gate Replacement number 2. If you go back to about 2003, you'll remember that the town meeting, along with the Board of Selectmen, everybody successfully replaced a existing culvert on the right side or the building side of the dam, the Converse Dam. We've just received MEPR permission to take this project out of sequence and will allow us to build the second culvert, which we're replacing an old 30-inch gate valve that's not very operable on the eastern side of the dam or the Parkway side with a 4x6 discharge box similar to the one done in 2003. The reason for this is to get the water out of Winchester faster. As you know, we're going forward with the channel widening this year, and this is just one of the steps to get the water to exit the town faster. This is the 2003 structure which we did. The location of the new structure will be opposite, and that will be very similar to the project. Right now, there is a 30-inch gate valve that is, like I said, operable, but not as good. There is a request for bonding for $630,000. This will be a bond. The payments will come from the Capital Stabilization Fund. It is anticipated that design and construction will be this summer and fall of 2011. Thank you.
May we have a recommendation from the Finance Committee? Mr. Johnson is a member of the Capital Planning Committee as well as a member of the Board of Selectmen.
The Finance Committee moved favorable action, voted favorable action on this item.
Further on the question. Are you ready for the question, ladies and gentlemen? All those, this takes a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The chair says the ayes have it, and it's obviously, and declares it unanimous, so it's obviously more than the 2/3. Next one is Article 16. See if the town will appropriate a sum of money for the rehabilitation or replacement of the sewer pumping stations on Squire Road and Thornbury Road. And the motion, ladies and gentlemen, is on page 26 of your motion book, and it's moved and seconded that that $380,000 is appropriated for the rehabilitation and/or replacement of the sewer pumping station on Squire Road and Thornbury Road, and that to meet this appropriation, $169,373 shall be funded with the transfer from the following projects in the amount set forth below, said sum representing excess bond and note proceeds not needed for the completion of respective projects. And there's a list of 6 projects that were done by the Capital Planning Committee that has surpluses. And then the treasurer is authorized to borrow $210,627. So we're appropriating $380, $169,000 and change are coming out of prior appropriations, and $210,000 is coming under a bond issue. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, once again, Article 16 is Thornbury and Squire Road Pumping Station upgrades. Board of Selectmen, the Capital Committee, and the Finance Committee are asking you for favorable action on this motion. As John said, the estimated cost for this project is about $380,000, of which $170,000 will be coming from water and sewer capital closeout accounts. We will be asking to borrow approximately $210,000. We anticipate construction summer, fall of 2011. We do require a 2/3 vote on this because it's a bonding item. You may ask, why is this project needed? It's needed because it's part of our water and sewer capital rehab programs. This phase will improve and minimize and reduce overflows during peak times. The project will repair and replace and update 2 sewer pumping stations to allow for additional pumping capacity into the new sewer main, which was installed on Johnson Road last summer, and I'm sure you'll all remember that with the bumpy road all summer we put up with. The existing pumping stations are approximately 45 years old. I think they were put in 1965. If they're not worn out, they're real close to it, and they're not working at maximum capacity. These 2 pumping stations are located on Thornbury Road, the first one, and the one down below is located on Squire Road, just past the intersection of Thornbury and Squire Road. Thornbury Road Pumping Station is an underground unit. It will remain an underground unit. It will be updated, cleaned, and replaced, and made safer, and updated to OSHA standards, which are now in effect. Squire Road Station, another one that's underground, that will be cleaned, updated, painted, and meet OSHA standards and provide a better service to the neighborhood. There are approximately 532 residents being served by these pumping stations. Last year, as you remember, we had 2 sewer projects which town meeting unanimously supported. One was the area around Ridge Street, Lockland Road, Manumet, High Street, Arlington, and Cambridge Street. This updated the sewer system with cleaning and relining and replacing parts as needed. Project 2 was a 4,000 linear feet sewer project along Johnson Road and Squire Road. This was done in this sequence to allow for the capacity to be increased, which would therefore allow us to increase the capacity of the pumping stations. There's a simple map if anybody has any questions. That's the first project. This is project 2, which is directly related to the pumping stations from Squire Road down to Johnson Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Would you stand up, sir, so I can hear you? And we'd like everybody to see you, too. Yeah. There's a mic coming.
If the capacity we're improving on these pumps is going to be capable of handling the waste from Winning Farm, or if that's even an issue when
Yes,
Winning Farm goes forward.
The updated system will be able to handle additional flows, which would include the Winning Farm project.
Gentlemen, way up back.
I wonder if these new pumping stations have a reduced labor requirement for monitoring.
Yes, they will. They will have latest gadgets and technology that we can provide. It will be controlled by the central office. Maintenance will be maintenance requirement will be much less because they'll be new.
So we can reduce DPW expenses.
We
in the future.
anticipate savings in maintenance. Yes.
Further on the question? Are you ready for the question, ladies and gentlemen? All those this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the chair declares the vote obviously more than the 2/3 because it was unanimous. Which brings us to Article 17, to see if the town will lease for an extended term on the Right Lock Conservancy. It's 1017. Okay. Okay. Is that okay with the Conservancy? Okay. So he said that they needed, the Board of Selectmen, it's your article, so normally we take it up right now, although it's fairly late in the evening for that, I think, but we usually adjourn. But if if in fact you want to not take it up tonight, what I would recommend is that we postpone it to a time certain. That would be the first order of business on Thursday. Is that okay with everybody? Because the selectmen said they needed more time. Okay, so it's moved and seconded that further consideration of Article 17 be postponed to a time certain, that being the first order of business at the annual town meeting on Thursday. Which brings us to Article 18. We can, yes. Oh, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Now I know we're really getting late. I would recommend, ladies and gentlemen, that we at this time adjourn. Article 18 will take some time, and that's a collective bargaining type issue, and we're going to have plenty of time. And my prediction is that we will complete the special town meeting and the annual town meeting on Thursday. We will be able to get through due to the speed we've had tonight. So it's moved and second, the meeting be adjourned until 7:30, same place on Thursday. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried.
All right, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The second session of Winchester Spring Town Meeting is adjourned for the night. So let's have a recap of what you've seen, or what you may not have seen tonight. In this second session, we started out with Article 4, which was the housekeeping article to allow the treasurer to borrow funds from time to time, and moved on to the biggie of the night, which was Article 5, the town's fiscal year 2012 budget. Total of $90 million budget broken out, and started off with appropriations of $2.3 million and just about $1 million into the building stabilization and capital stabilization funds, pursuant to an override that was done in March of 2001. Just zipping down the budget items, town meeting appropriated $2.8 million for general government. The culture budget was postponed. The library asked that that be postponed to consideration after Article 18, the personnel budget. They're looking for another $10,000 or so in their budget to maintain their certification. That the amount in that total budget is $1.6 million. Health and social was $463,000. We did hear a presentation from David Heinold, the chairman of the Board of Health, talking about some of the projects they've done, such as the Coalition for a Safer Community and the success they've had in reducing drug and substance abuse among young people in the town. Public safety budget of $7.988 million. The public works budget of $5.8 million. The education budget, the big one, $35.7 million, which was a 3% increase over last year, or the current year rather. And undistributed of $26.9 million, undistributed being certain things such as energy costs, retirement costs, health insurance, and principal interest on the town's funded debts. That was $26.9. Capital budget of $3.8 million was also passed. Again, total budget of $90 million, not quite finished, waiting for that one last item in the culture budget. Article 6 was a proposal to put $250,000 into the Retiree Health Care Liability Trust Fund. There was some discussion about that as the selectmen tried to reduce that to $153,000. However, that was voted down, and the entire $250,000 went into that trust fund after hearing from several speakers that that fund is seriously underfunded in carrying a huge liability for the town. In Article 7, we zipped through a whole bunch of articles there. Article 7, appropriating about $168,000 for the Northeast Vocational School. That's up slightly as the town's sending more students there than there was before. Article 8, putting $327,000 into the capital stabilization fund, and that's restoring funds, as we heard, for projects that have sunsetted, expired. The Water and Sewer Division was Article 9, their enterprise funding, $7.9 million, of which 3.9 came from the tax bills. As we reminded, some of their, even though their revenues pay their expenses, some of the money comes out of the tax bills, which enables taxpayers to deduct some of the water and sewer expenses. Article 10 began some revolving funds, $1.3 million for a revolving fund for the enterprise fund, rather, for the Recreation Department. The Recreation Department is basically self-funded. This allows them to continue doing that. Article 11 is to accept highway funds that are provided by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And these all being passed, by the way, right down the line. Article 12 is a revolving fund for the Archival Center, not to exceed $5,000. Allows the Archival Center to sell historic recreations and such to help fund their activities here in the town hall, over in the town hall. Article 13, a revolving fund for school and town energy conservation. In this particular fund, rental fees and such, fees for school and town buildings are used for conservation projects. We heard from the chairman of that Energy Management Committee. It's composed of 5 citizens plus representatives from other town departments. He said the money is used for short-term conservation projects, and he said showed some graphs of the success of these projects, showing that the town is only using about 70% of the energy it used just 6 years ago in 2005, and got a round of applause for that. That passed. Article 14, the revolving fund for the public health projects. That allows the Board of Health to use the fees they collect for clinics to continue to run other programs related to the Board of Health. Also passed. Article 15, an appropriation to borrow $630,000 to replace a center falls valve, replacing a 30-inch main on the Parkway side of the Center Falls to match the one that was replaced a year or so ago on the downtown side of that. Basically, as Selectman Johnson said, that is to move water out of the center faster. That'll also be in collaboration with the widening of the river across from Manchester Field. It's supposed to start taking place this summer. That passed. Another appropriation was $380,000 for a sewer pumping station in the Squire Road and Thornbury Roads areas. That required a 2/3 vote, but was passed unanimously. And brought us to Article 17, which was the lease for the Right Lock Farm. In view of the hour, the moderator suggested that should be postponed. That will be taken up as the first order of business on Thursday. Now, Thursday we'll have 2 town meetings. We'll have a special town meeting to grant easements to the MBTA for their proposed changes to the Winchester train stations. And then we'll resume regular town meeting with only about 3 or 4 articles to go. We expect to wrap up the spring town meeting in a very short 3 sessions. So that will be Thursday night, Thursday the 5th. We'll be back here covering that live from Winchester High School. And that wraps up our coverage of tonight's meeting. I want to thank you for joining us, and we want to thank the WinCam staff for bringing this to you. So we will see you on Thursday night. Thanks very much. I'm Alan Iden. Have a great night.